that this is working. Yeah, at least.
Vê lá se depois não. Mas fica já
de julho, a 55ª Assembleia Plenária do Fórum Parlamentar da SADC, sob o lema "O papel dos parlamentos na promoção de políticas de energias renováveis e na criação de um mercado energético regional único". Os legisladores da SADC vão apreciar os relatórios das Comissões Permanentes da Igualdade do Género, Promoção da Mulher e Desenvolvimento da Juventude, do Desenvolvimento Humano e Social, bem como os avanços na democratização, boa governação e defesa dos direitos humanos nos países membros. Durante 5 dias, os parlamentares passarão também em revista o relatório da Comissão Permanente Regional de Fiscalização das Leis Modelo, os relatórios sobre o comércio, indústria, finanças e investimento, alimentação, agricultura e recursos naturais. A agenda reserva ainda a realização de um simpósio sobre energias renováveis e visitas a infraestruturas socioeconómicas de Angola. Fórum Parlamentar da SADC, uma visão única ao mercado energético da região austral do continente africano. Angola acolhe de 1 a 7 de julho a 55ª Assembleia Plenária do Fórum Parlamentar da SADC, sob o lema "O papel dos parlamentos na promoção de políticas de energias renováveis e na criação de um mercado energético regional único". Os legisladores da SADC vão apreciar os relatórios das Comissões Permanentes da Igualdade do Género, Promoção da Mulher e Desenvolvimento da Juventude, do Desenvolvimento Humano e Social, bem como os avanços na democratização, boa governação e defesa dos direitos humanos nos países membros. Durante 5 dias, os parlamentares passarão também em revista o relatório da Comissão Permanente Regional de Fiscalização das Leis Modelo, os relatórios sobre o comércio, indústria, finanças e investimento, alimentação, agricultura e recursos naturais. A agenda reserva ainda a realização de um simpósio sobre energias renováveis e visitas a infraestruturas socioeconómicas de Angola. Fórum Parlamentar da SADC, uma visão única ao mercado energético da região austral do continente africano. Angola. Seja bem-vindo ao Minuto de Segurança do Palácio da Assembleia Nacional. Pedimos a sua atenção para algumas regras em caso de emergência. Para tornar a sua estadia mais confortável, siga as nossas orientações e respeite a sinalização do edifício. Todo o edifício está equipado com modernos sistemas de segurança e antifogo e para outras emergências identificados, e câmaras de videovigilância e sistemas de alarme, detectores de fumo com sensores calor, extintores, carretéis de incêndio, equipa médica, de proteção civil e bombeiros para garantir a segurança de todos. As saídas de emergência, rotas de evacuação e mapas de fuga estão sinalizadas com placas de fácil visibilidade. Tenha em consideração que é proibido fumar em todo o edifício. Estamos na sala multiuso 1, localizada no edifício principal, com capacidade para 250 pessoas. Para ter acesso aos WCs, dirija-se ao hall comum, vire à direita e siga o corredor. Encontre-os do lado esquerdo. Em caso de emergência, o alarme soa automaticamente. Não entre em pânico. Dirija-se para as saídas devidamente sinalizadas, atravesse o hall de entrada, seguindo sempre as instruções do coordenador de segurança devidamente identificado. Ao encontrar-se fora do edifício, dirija-se ao ponto de encontro 1, localizado junto do portão sul para uma triagem. Em caso de ferimento ou mal-estar, mantenha a calma e informe de imediato a pessoa que estiver mais perto de si e aos serviços médicos pelos números 6972 ou 6973. Alguma dúvida sobre os procedimentos aqui apresentados, não hesite em perguntar. A sua segurança é a nossa prioridade. Seja bem-vindo ao Minuto de Segurança do Palácio da Assembleia Nacional. Pedimos a sua atenção para...
Não, tá bom isso, não tem problema. Vamos ter a só diabo daqueles juízes. Estão dirigindo a atividade com orgulho.
Borges, Mancienne.
Onde é que ficção? Mas claro, né? Como é que é uma boa
Tá ligado? Ô, pessoal.
Tá bom, chefe. É isso que eu estou a perguntar.
Excelências, tenho a elevada honra de anunciar a chegada a esta sala pedimos desculpas, acho que há questões protocolares que ainda estão por se acertar. Obrigado. Agora sim, pedimos a todos que se coloquem de pé para recebermos o presidente do Fórum Parlamentar da SADC e presidente da Assembleia Nacional das Seychelles, Roger Mancienne. Sua Excelência Presidente do Fórum Parlamentar da SADC e Presidente da Assembleia Nacional das Seychelles, Roger Mancienne, Sua Excelência Presidente da Assembleia Nacional, Carolina Cerqueira, a quem enviamos as nossas saudações, excelentíssimos oradores e líderes das delegações, ilustres membros do Fórum Parlamentar da SADC, excelentíssima senhora Secretária-Geral do Fórum Parlamentar da SADC, João Segoma, digníssimos representantes do titular do Poder Executivo, minhas senhoras e meus senhores.
Government, ladies and gentlemen, before we open our activity, allow me to inform that all the delegates are invited for a welcome dinner that we'll have today at 7 at the Palace of the National Assembly, right here in the House of Laws of the Republic of Angola. Excellencies, we have the honor to invite Excellency Speaker of the Parliamentary Forum and President of the National Assembly of Seychelles, Excellency George Mancienne, to address the opening speech of the Symposium of the Parliament's roles to implement the policies of renewable energies and the creation of a single market in the region. We also want to emphasize that the Parliamentary Forum Speaker will also be the facilitator of this symposium. So, may your kind attention, please. Excelências,
Speaker.
Excelências, Excelentíssima Presidente da Assembleia Nacional de Angola, da República de Angola, Carolina Cerqueira, chefes de delegação, Sua Excelência Ministro da Energia,
João Baptista Borges, Excellency Secretary General SADC Parliamentary Forum, Buenos Aires, distinguished members of the Diplomatic Corps, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. You will allow me to be short because we are a little bit behind schedule and I want to give maximum time to our experts and to your deliberations. So I will just have a short address to open this symposium. It's a privilege, of course, for me to be able to make a few remarks on the theme that we have chosen for this symposium, and I will remind you, it is the role of parliaments in promoting renewable energy policies in the SADC region and creating a single regional energy market. A very, very significant topic for us. In terms of this theme, our discussion will be centered on mapping the way forward in ensuring a more sustainable energy transition, underpinned by the need to scale up actions to promote renewable energy and the crucial role of parliamentarians in doing so. More specifically, at this critical time, when both developed and developing countries are exploring solutions to maximize their renewable energy potential to ensure security in their energy supply. The imperative to transition to renewable energy sources cannot be overstated, given the pressing challenges of climate change, energy security, and sustainable development for our region. As countries that are least responsible for climate change, but most affected by it, our priority must be to ensure sustainable development, energy security, and that our people, ecosystems, and economies adapt to climate change shocks on the front lines. Honorable delegates, members, As you are aware, the SADC region is endowed with a rich array of renewable energy resources, including solar, wind, hydro, and geothermal energy. We must therefore find ways to leverage and maximize our renewable energy wealth to advance an inclusive, equitable, and economically, socially, and environmentally beneficial energy revolution, no less. It is therefore essential that countries in the SADC region work together, particularly in the early ages of projects, to identify regional opportunities for developing new large-scale generation and transmission infrastructure, securing the cross-border trade of energy, building joint refining capacity for the region, and exploring joint options for investing to realize all these opportunities. The transition to renewable energy is a strategic imperative for the SADC region. It offers a pathway to sustainable development, energy security, and economic resilience. By promoting renewable energy policies and creating a single regional market, we can unlock the full potential of our resources, drive economic growth, and improve well-being as we do all that. Central to our functions as legislators is our role to ensure that our governments deliver on the promises they make and to support the de-risking of investment through regulation. Promoting renewable energy policies within the SADC region requires a multifaceted approach. First, we must establish clear and ambitious targets for renewable energy adoption. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, as I conclude my remarks, I wish to urge each of you to debate this topic in earnest. I am hopeful that this symposium will help us sharpen our skills to enable us to execute our parliamentary mandate diligently in the promotion of renewable energy policies in our respective countries. I look forward to your productive discussions. With these words, it is now my honor to declare the symposium for the 55th Plenary Assembly officially opened. I thank you for your kind attention. Thank you. And with that, it is my pleasure to invite the honorable expert that we have with us to address you and speak on energy and the single market for energy. Thank you.
Muito obrigado.
Thank you very much. Now we will invite the parliamentary forum and the Speaker of the Seychelles Parliament to remain at the Presidium so that he can lead also the symposium. So I believe that we are all set so that we can proceed. In this regard, now we are inviting the Secretary of State of Energy of the Republic of Angola, Mr. Engineer Arlindo Carlos. Excellency, Honorable Speaker of the Republic of Angola, of the National Assembly of the Republic of Angola, Excellency Speaker of Parliamentary Forum, SADC Parliamentary Forum, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, representing His Excellency Minister of Water, Energy and Waters, Engineer João Baptista Borges, I will address the discussion on the topic of the scope on the fight of the energy failure in the SADC region.
In promoting policies on renewable energy and creation of regional energy. We have as introduction the challenges in the African continent in energy generation, distribution, as well as access to electricity, as well as the roadmap in order to make sure that investment to infrastructure is possible, as well as integration and regional trade, as well as diversifying the sources of energy in order for us to have an energetic efficiency. And for us to be able to achieve this objective in a tangible manner, we've got vehicles such as the public-private partnership, PPP, and obvious financing and international support. So financing can be multilateral and also international financing. So before I would like to share with Your Excellencies the resources that Angola has available that can result in the construction of a matrix, a viable matrix, viable for development of project with renewable sources. So I'd like to share with you all the existing biomass capacity. We've got 3,000 megawatts. So 3 gigawatt is equal to 3,000 megawatts. So it's equal to 2 dams in terms of biomass. In terms of biomass, we have the map on the left side is the first map from left to right. And in terms of wind electricity, wind power, we've got the second map that shows the energy capacity of about 3,000 megawatt, that is equal to 3 gigawatt. Now, speaking about hydro capacity, Angola has, as you can see, a good potentials, most of them that is developed, but we still have some areas to be developed with resources to various modalities, so that in fact the 18,000 megawatts or the 18 gigawatt can be converted into electricity and be associated to the economic plan, to the industrial plan, not only of Angola but also of the SADC region. We have a potential for about 18 gigawatts in terms of hydro power as a result of contribution of various hydro basins, and the main from Middle Kwanzaa, where we have important projects that's being implemented, and one of them is identified and is in the implementation phase. That's going to be the biggest hydro power dam with a capacity of 2,162 megawatts. We're speaking about Kakulu Kabasa project. So it will have a dam with a capacity bigger than Lauka dam. So it's going to be one of the biggest hydro power dams in Africa, in Central Africa, as well as SADC. So we have got similar project or similar capacity identified in Mozambique, in other regions such as Nigeria, but even though the projects is bigger than what we saw in Nigeria and Mozambique. But with regard to hydro power, we can see that parallelly to these basins, there are others such as Cave Basin, Cave River Basin, as is known by our colleagues from Namibia and South Africa, and we also Longa River and Bridge River, that is situated about 300 kilometers from Luanda, that also has a huge water capacity. So we have also the solar resources, and it's mapped on the last map, shaded in orange or red, or the fourth map as you see of our country from left to right. And Angola has been developing important projects such as Biopio hydropower with a capacity of under 68 megawatts. We've got Bayafarta with 96.9 megawatt DC, and parallel to that, you also have other one on the southern part of Angola in Karakulu, where they used an interesting development model that can be explored as part of the solar development resource plan in order to provide electricity to our populations, as well as to provide electricity to the industrial sites, and also aim at providing electricity to other SADC regions as a part of this geographical region of the African continent. Parallel to that, we are going to have, we just built and they were ready to open the solar power of Saurimu with 7,000 megawatts, and we also have Luena project, and they're about to be concluded. They're in Lunda North province, in the eastern part of Angola, in the city of Lucapa, and the other ones in Cuito City, that's the province of BA, as well as in the city of Bailundu, Wambu province. And we also have other projects. We have other off-grid projects that's under development, without putting aside our firm conviction that we are going to move in installing on-grid. So I'd like to share with you our installed capacity currently in the country. So looking at the middle Kwanzaa, we have about 3,500 megawatt of capacity installed, making a total of 3.5 gigawatt. That makes a total of 7,000 megawatts. So we've got 3,500 megawatts in a total of 7,000 megawatts. So they should be developed, it should be built, and make available the 7,000 megawatts to the economy, not only the economy of Angola, but also the economy of the Southern African region. This gives an example of the capacity of the basin, or of Kwanzaa basin, without forgetting other basins, whose potential will add or result to 18 megawatts of hydro capacity that Angola has. So from the solar projects, we spoke about Biopio with a capacity of 188 megawatts, where we had over 1 million or 1.19 million residents who have access now to electricity, and we managed to save 142 million liters of fuel per year, as well as diesel fuel, as well as reduction in 478 tons of carbon dioxide of the emission of the gases. So now speaking about Bayafarta project, as I mentioned before, it is a capacity of 96.7 megawatts, and about 610,000 people are benefiting from this project. And these are helped us to reduce the fuel consumption to about 7.82 million liters, and in terms of gas or CO2 emissions has reduced up to 245,000 tons of CO2. So here we look at the solar projects, as I mentioned before, from Luena in Moshuku province that has a capacity of 26.9 megawatts, and we also have 6,000 residents as beneficiaries, and we managed to avoid the expenses of about 20 million liters of diesel and 68,000 tons of CO2 that was avoided from. So now we can use it for the benefit of the population. And here in Luena, as I said before, we also have Saurimos Central, a solar project that is the same characteristic of 26.9 megawatts. Besides supplying electricity, they also have operational benefits, thus reducing its expenses and also reducing the dependencies to fossil fuel, and also reducing the pollution of the environment and reducing CO2 in the atmosphere. So this made possible for us to get electricity metrics that was built by renewable sources of energy, and 61% is hydro, or 61% of the electricity consumed in the country is from hydro sources, clean sources. And besides being from clean sources, the construction of this great building resulted in the creation of capacity that was given to the technicians at the companies, and now they're using the current technology in producing hydroelectricity. So as part of this renewable matrix, we have solar panel as well as hybrid capacity. Hybrid capacity, we speak about solar diesel, dollar diesel, but with solar component, because our main objective is to take or to make sure that we provide accessible electricity to areas where there's no transport network, electricity network, so that we can provide electricity to the population and for the economic operators. So we've got a contribution from solar component of about 4%, and the hybrid component is made up of about 1%, and from now on we will improve that matrix, even though the indicators are not all that bad, but we also use the biomass and use all the resources available, and we'll be assessing these potentials in 3,000 megawatts or 3 gigawatts of biomass. The next graph, we can see the benefit as results of the introduction of renewable sources for electricity. That's resulted in the consumption of 843.9 million liters to 472.9 million of liters in since 2017 to 2023. So it shows that there was a huge saving that was made, but we're still not satisfied. We continue working in order for us to reduce as maximum as possible the use of fossil fuels for electricity production, thinking on environment and giving better living quality to the population, as well as conserving the environment for future generations. So we cannot extract everything from the environment and leaving nothing for future children. So now we also have a key project on energy generation, as I said before, the great Kakulu Kabasa central power that's being built now, and it will count with a capacity, as I said before, of about 2,772 megawatts. That will be opened in 2027. So, and soon we have Kakulu Kabasa deputy electricity or providing electricity in Angolan national electric system, and we are associated to the necessities of the Southern African region with interconnection network that we will share with you. So looking at the solar projects, we have about 500 megawatts of on-grid projects and 400 megawatts of off-grid projects, and we will work in order to create the equilibrium between the availability of electricity secured by the interconnected sources of interconnected production, without putting aside the guarantee in access to electricity, provide electricity to the population and those who are not benefiting from the current electricity available in the country. So we continue planning, and we have about 400 megawatts in order to guarantee better supply of electricity to remote areas of the country by using the off-grid system. So this project that's being presented at the moment through partnership of an American entity called Sun Africa, and is funded by the Exim Bank of the United States of America. And it's a project that, it's a partnership that is being shown that's a success. We also believe that we continue to associate ourselves to the green hydrogen up to 2025 by creating a capacity of 280,000 tons of green energy, and there's an agreement between Sonangol and German off-takers that intends to export this green hydrogen in a capacity of 200,000 tons in 2025. So now with regard to the perspective of interconnection or regional connection, so we are aware that our neighboring countries from SADC region who have the need of having access to electricity, they can have that. And I believe that they can also benefit from the capacity that Angola has. Reason why we believe that by interconnecting to Zambia, the Democratic Republic of Congo, through a continuous line of electricity, we are speaking about high-tension line of 500 kilowatts, so that we can carry electricity produced in Angola to these brother countries. So we're speaking about Zambia and DRC. That's where they have a vast market in everything that is to do with the needs not only of the copper belt, as well as the needs of Lobito corridor that it'll be easier to work with copper belt. So for this project, we're open to private initiative. So it's a project that is estimated at about 100 million 1 billion US dollars, and we count with private initiatives, and it's been used for the development, and is a perspective to have the project to be concluded by 2028 in a period of 4 years. Now, with regard to the South interconnection, at the moment we have in Angola the construction of high tension system of about 400 kilowatts that's going to interconnect the center of the country, namely the city of Huambo and one provinces, to the southern part of Angola, concretely to the city of Lubango, Willa province. And from Lubango city, that's where there will be a substation that's going to be a huge electric hub at Lubungu station, and will be connected to the Republic of Namibia so that we can share electricity in terms of what we're generating. And I believe that this is an interconnection that at the moment is underway, and we believe that it will be available up to 2029, and it's also being developed with human capital. So now here we're inviting the distinguished MPs, distinguished colleagues from representatives from the institution of the Southern African region, so that you can take that into consideration. And we also have the Northern Connection. Here we're speaking about interconnection between Angola, DRC, through the interconnection from Soyu to Inga. It's a short distance, but it's an ongoing action, and we believe that it will be ready by 2030. And we believe that as part of the actions that has to do with interparliamentary action, I believe that we can suggest the creation of legislation in order to harmonize the laws and regulate energy between countries, subsidies, feed-in subsidies, as well as monitoring and fiscalization that can be done as part of implementation of energy policies of each country. And later on, they're going to make sure that the SADC region benefits, as well as promoting partnership, as well as investment. That is to do with the promoting of partnership between public-private sectors of our country, as well as promoting of legal framework for the investment to be made. So, in the point of view of support to the research, and we believe that research and development is extremely important, because the encouragement of innovation is of importance, so that we can have success in this challenge by making available the energy resources available in a country for the whole region. But for that to happen, we need to have well-defined rules, as well as the creation of funds for research and development aligned to support research and development in a country. And we also believe that we believe in promoting regional cooperation by making awareness campaign, as well as public education that can be used during the awareness campaign. So that this infrastructure are not vandalized, they're not destroyed, they're not sabotaged, because if they're destroyed, we won't have achieved the objective that we would like to achieve. And we should also have social inclusion and sustainability that can use the policies of inclusion in our region. And as concluding, yes, we believe that the resolution of the energy needs in SADC region requires a multifaceted approach that would include investment in infrastructure, regional integration, diversification of source of energy that will provide the energy security, and also make sure that we become less vulnerable to the natural phenomenon, as well as looking at the PPPs that, as we know, the government of our countries, they won't have to do everything, because in the great economies, things happen because of the PPPs, as well as the promotion of energetic funding, as well as international funds, not only those from abroad, but we can also have a good cooperation, make sure that at a regional level we can benefit from some funding. And using these strategies, that requires also a huge commitment from the local governments and regional cooperation from SADC region, and support of our partners or partners from SADC region. So each individual country, as well as international partners, can add value to this exercise that should be well embraced in a legitimate manner and implemented in our countries. That's all I have to say and share with you, and I'm open for question and answer if it's needed. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Honorable Minister Baptista Borges. Would you kindly stay at the podium for a few minutes?
Okay, sorry. I would like just to say I'm not a minister. I'm a state secretary for energy. Yes.
Thank you for
yes.
that correction. Very happy.
Yes.
Honorable delegates, I think what we will do is take 5 minutes for quick questions to the expert presenter, before we move on to the next resource person. But first of all, I want to thank the expert for an excellent overview of the situation in Angola. Really, we can see that there are exciting prospects, and especially in relation to regional initiatives of cooperation and marketing. So with that, I would invite quick questions from our audience. Please note that there will be time afterwards for your deliberations on the topic. If you do not have any questions at this moment, we can always move on, and
State secretary.
you will be able to answer from the floor where you are. Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Oh, someone asking for.
Do I have a question? Yes. I am sorry, I will not be able to identify you. Please identify yourself and pose your question.
Oh yeah, thank you so much. Normally we have the placards to wave, but today we don't have. My question to, and thanks for the presentation. I think it gives an insight into the energy situation in Angola. I just wanted to find out if you have targets with timelines in terms of the extent to which you want to go clean energy. Like my country, for instance, I think just about a percentage of our energy are from renewables. And I think we have set ourselves a target of 30% by 2030. It's another thing whether we will get there, but my first question regards your target for clean energy. The second question is that the region obviously is grappling with the energy problems. We know the situation in South Africa and elsewhere. And I know there's been an attempt on the regional project on Zizabona, including, connected grids between Zimbabwe, Zambia, Botswana, and Namibia. What do you think is the future of the region in terms of energy cooperation? as we move towards regional integration, where do you think what's the state of energy cooperation, and do you see us getting there in terms of energy cooperation? Thank you.
Thank you. Would you kindly address?
Yes, we think that the questions that were addressed by our colleagues, and apologies for leaving my headsets, and I will just speak in Portuguese, but I got the question clearly in English. So the questions that were raised by my dear colleague, they are mostly on the policies, on the foreign policies, the SADC foreign policies in the domain of energies. So they are not directly to the objectives that were made by the Angolan government in supplying the national usage of Angola locally, and also sharing with the countries of the countries in the SADC. Maybe the question should be more specific so that I should answer properly. I think that the question is mostly a wide approach on the scope of the SADC policies regarding to the proportion of the energetic matrix in the region. So maybe this question should be addressed to the speaker of the parliamentary forum. And now regarding to Angola, we have very clear objectives. We have very clear objectives that in how we want to share our resources with the neighboring countries, this is in SADC, and we're very well defined guidelines on the time frame, and so that we can have these interconnections. Maybe the colleague, the MP maybe lost the figures that we've shared here on the stage. So for connections in the east region, Zambia and DRC, this is the east, we have as our deadline 2028. So we want to have a grid of 500 kilowatts. 500 kilowatts. So to Namibia, we have up to 2029, so that we can have a network of high tension that will start from the south region of Angola to Namibia, and the north region we will deliver in Soyo to Inga up to 2030. Similarly, with a very high tension system. So, and we think that these deliveries will be done in the sharing of these resources and in the region, and it will be a source in energy, as we mentioned previously, it is from 65% of clean sources, and so we are open to work with all the colleagues throughout the region, so that we can keep on developing many other renewable sources, so that our matrix may be more of clean sources than the fossils. So in Angola, we are open to embrace the regional projects as long as they are under these very main objectives.
Very much, Senior Borges. We will take one more question.
My name is Francis Piso, coming from Malawi National Assembly. I would like to find out, you have indicated that you are intending to share the electricity with the DRC and Zambia on the other side and Namibia. I just want to find out if the Angolan government has already signed an agreement with these countries which you have mentioned.
Okay.
So, yes, thank you.
Nós estamos neste momento.
We are having the terms to have the project Angola and Zambia. The paperwork is complete. Maybe in the coming days we will have these papers properly signed. So now, on regard of Namibia, we have all the technical activity ongoing, so that on the time that we indicated previously, we will have not only the infrastructure prepared, but also the agreements on all the paperwork on the agreements. And we also have a very good feedback of our off-takers from Namibia, because they also want to have this electricity from Angola. So in regards to the grid or the interconnection Soyo to Inga, this will also be a part, like as a redundance to DRC, because we have the very first ones through the East region here in Angola, and then we should say, and this the very same line will also concur to interconnect the Central Africa region. So answering properly the question, if we already have the paperwork signed, so with Zambia in the coming days, in a very short time we will sign. And with Namibia, we have these interests that are very clear, that that's where we will reach based on the project that we've just mentioned. I don't know whether I answered the answer properly, if it's clear. Thank you.
Senior Barrister Borges, we would like to invite you to stand by for other questions later. Thank you very much. I will now like to call on our next resource person, the Director for the Biofuels Office of the National Oil and Gas Agency, Engineer Vita Mateso.
Ok. Sua Excelência, Presidente do Fórum.
Excellency, Chair of the SADC Parliamentary Forum, distinguished MPs, distinguished Secretary of State for Energy, Chair of the National Oil and Gas Agency and Biofuel, represented by Executive Administrator Alcide Andrade, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to start by thanking on behalf of NPG the invitation made to my institution, and today we brought for the presentation the overview of energy sector of the region and the country. The presentation that I brought for this audience is divided in three specific areas. We will start by speaking about electricity consumption in the SADC region, and also some ongoing actions implemented by the sector, and also I'm going to speak ongoing project of the sector. Next. In this graph, we are seeing a picture of access for electricity as well as consumption of biofuel in our households in our kitchens, as you see. And we see that at SADC region, we have access to electricity in an average of about 50%. From the 16 countries of the SADC region, we can see that about 4% of 4 countries still have access to electricity below 30%. And we also have about 4 countries who have access to electricity over 80%, or about half of the countries in the SADC region have access to electricity with an average of about 30 to 70%. Now, speaking about access to fuel for our kitchen, here we are referring to cooking gas, as we call cooking gas, or here we have an average access of about 38 or 39%, or as it was presented by Secretary of State, the challenge for the continent still huge, and we need to work so that we can have energy equilibrium that's satisfactory, and that's only after that we can achieve the dreamed energy security. So as you, in the next slide, I'm going to show that in terms of gas emissions, in terms of CO2 gas emissions, on the first graph we have a set of the gas that we have here, and the graphic also shows a progress in gas emission up to 2021, and you can see the facts here. If you have to qualify the gases by sectors, because we have the land use that represents about 20 million tons. We've got the agriculture sector that has its impact. Here we're speaking about 35 million tons, equal to CO2, and the energy sector, that is the sector that it's of about 33 million tons, and we also have another sector that has also its impact. Now, speaking about consumption, speak about energy consumption. In the graph on our right side, it was shown by the Secretary of State that hydro power represents about 61% as electricity source at the energy source, and represent about 11%. And in red, we've got the oil. We've got crude oil that represents about 42%. So the crude oil, here we're speaking about the transport sector as well as the thermal power that use fossil power. And after, we've got the contribution of gas, and also about 45%, if I'm not wrong. Here we've got also biomass use, that is the wood, the charcoal that people wouldn't have access to. Gas, they can use charcoal and wood, and that has a huge impact in our energy matrix. Next. So we also brought some perspective of the oil sector. So the country is committed in reducing CO2 emissions, and these actions that the country has assumed as part of the National Development Plan, and one of the areas, the most relevant areas, that is to do with electricity generation by using renewable sources. As we can see, as we saw in the previous presentation, we looked at various examples of photovoltaic panels, and we will also be able to show it in future. The second area has to do with the hydropower stations, and also we have to look at reforestation. In the previous graphic, as we saw, one of the ways of fighting and make sure that deforestation does not happen, we need to reforest it. So the country is also working in that, with that aim. So as part of our agency, that's under the Ministry of Oil, Gas and Biofuel, we are working for the promotion of the biofuel sectors. We are working in encouraging compensating projects and carbon neutrality. That's important. We're also contributing for the development of policies by encouraging development in oil and gas, natural gas, but that should be made in natural, sustainable and clean manner. And we're also working the decarbonization in oil operation. We're encouraging some low carbon projects, and obviously all these we contribute for the diversification of the energy matrix. In these slides we brought some action, some ongoing action, relevant actions. The first one, as you can see, is the quick win. So these are those activities of the oil sector, especially in the oil field operation. Those that has been developed together with our partners. Those are the operators. So we're speaking about progressive reduction of burning. Just to give an example, from 2015, the commitment that we assume at COP21 up to 2022, we reduced about 75% of the burning. And we've got other activities together with operators with increase of efficiency in the equipment, normally the rotative equipment. Compressors. We're speaking about compressors, we're speaking about the turbines, we're speaking about some huge pumps, and also some activity that we started last year. We signed the Memorandum of Understanding together with an operator that's in the country. Together we are working in making feasibility study on all the low carbon projects in Angola.
Estamos a trabalhar, começamos este ano a trabalhar na estratégia.
Working on the decarbonization and sustainability of the energy sector. And we are also at the last stage of the strategy of the biofuels. On the slide, we have the biofuel strategy that was already drafted. And at this time, we are in the stage of approvals. This strategy is from 2024 to 2050. And we have a vision to make Angola a green energy bank for Africa. We have space, and we brought this strategy focusing on 4 relevant objectives. The very first one is reduce the greenhouse gases emission. The number 2, to contribute for the economic development of the country. And the third is the social growth. And lastly, looking the strategy in a sustainable way, we set therefore objective as the green energy export. Saying so, like our final remarks. The National Agency for Oil and Gas, under the guidance of the Ministry of Oil and Gas, we are working on the policies to incentivize the natural gas investments, and as we all well know, since 2018, the gas was not commercial. There was no such legislation, but now we have the Act 7-18, that is the gas commercialization. But apart from that law, we need to attract investors, and the agency is committed on this regard. We are also working on promoting projects and products of low carbon projects. Compensation and neutralization, and the carbon neutralization is also very important. We also mentioned that, and we are currently working, or we will start in a development stage of biofuels. That is a transversal activity as well. And we are also incentivizing or fostering and attracting the foreigner partners. All these activities that I've mentioned, they require a legislation that we regard like a friendly legislation to the investors, as we say, or the investor-friendly legislation. And lastly, we are also working on the capacity building of the human resources so that they can be able to deal and handle with all these challenges. Said so, thank you very much, and I'm available for any questions that may arise. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senior Mateso. I think you have given us many reasons to be hopeful in describing your country, Angola, as a powerhouse of energy in Africa, and now you are describing it as the energy bank for Africa. This is very hopeful. May I take some quiz questions, as I said before?
Over there.
Sir, please identify yourself.
Hey. Thank you, Mr. President. My name is Neva Tabang from Botswana. I have a few questions, I think 3 short ones. The first one is maybe a challenge with the slides. Do you have some slides in English so that we can follow, especially the graphs and the tables? Then the second one is, compared to non-renewable energy, what is the startup capital? Is it huge? Because it looks like the amount of money needed for starting up this energy project is very, very huge, whereas the ones for non-renewable is comparably low. I know you talked about energy banks, but I want to know what will happen to the infrastructure for the non-renewable ones, because they are already there. And it looks like most African countries have a problem in terms of trying to start the energy-friendly projects, because they already have the infrastructure for the non-renewable energy sources. So it's discouraging to start a new expensive green projects. What will be your advice on that one? Maybe the last one may be very political, but there's a problem because I think most African countries have pressure from the Western world to switch from non-renewable to green energy, whereas you find that Africa will have unlimited sources of non-renewable materials, coal deposits, and also the problems of carbon emissions are not original our problem. They are imported. But also we produce a lot of, we have lots of trees actually. We are the ones that save the world from carbon emissions. So what will be the pressure really on us that we should invest so much money in abandoning the already built infrastructure to new one? Don't you think we are overburdening ourselves from switching from one system to the other because we are being pressurized by the West? I know the last one is a political one. Now, thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Member.
May I?
Please.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Muito obrigado.
Thank you very much. Certainly, I will start from the last to the first, from the last question to the first, because it seems easier, as we are going to have the slide to relate the first question. Well, on the oil sector here, our intention is not to abandon the fossil energy. It's not our intention, because the problem is not in the fossil energy production. It's mostly in the decarbonization. If you can truly take the harmful gases, mostly the carbon, so then you can produce in a clean way. So that's the path we are following. So the country is having this capacity, and we know that this is a very important resource here in the country. So the idea is to intensify the production. That's what we've been doing. Currently, we are having the exploitation strategy up to 2025. So we are like seeking for more hydrocarbonates. So, but we need to do it in a friendly way. And one of the solutions that we've found to minimize or to mitigate is like in the grids that we could use renewable energies, no more thermal energies whenever we are working on this regard. And so other solution is also to seek to capture carbon capture, like CO2 truly, so we can isolate oxygen and carbon, and from carbon we can have a synthetic carbon and use it in the petrochemistry industry. So these are some of the facts that we are working together with our partners, so that in one hand we can keep on producing, and also in the other hand we can also contribute in the commitment that we ratified before the UN. So on the facts of the African countries not contributing a lot, why do we keep on investing? Our greatest issue, mostly in the sector, we know and we show on the graph. On the graph is our question is that apart from the domestic consumption, truly we do not pollute a lot, but we import a lot, we export a lot of energy, and we've been working, we export, and we are doing our best that whoever buys our energy needs to keep on buying, and so exporting is also one of our goals. So this was one of the aim that we did as a compensation. Whenever we cannot reduce, whenever we cannot decarbonate, so we can compensate it with a deforestation project or many other projects or any other type of project. So we also spoke on in the existing infrastructure, how are we going to handle them. My first approach, I think it helped also. The infrastructure will still be used, but there are also synergies that we can also use. Mostly when currently we started like to exploiting the interior, the basins of the interior, or like inland basins, in which we have a logistic zone or a logistic area where we've been having some oil activities, so we'll still reuse those infrastructures. So this is also a part of our strategy. So one of the questions that are related to the energy bank, for a while the energy bank in our strategy we defined like up to 2050, if we comply with the requirements, we surely will be able to sell, mostly looking to the low carbon element that is called the SAF, Sustainable Fuel Aviation, SFA. I believe that this is a product that everyone will look for that. In the region we don't have it yet, and if we truly have it, it will be like a very high score on the usage of the biofuels. So I believe that I've answered all the questions. There was a question that was regarding to the charts or to the graphs. I don't know whether the graphs were. Are you happy with the answers?
Graphs are in Portuguese, so do you have the ones in English? So
I have that. I can share after one with everybody.
Yeah.
That's come for Irema, so we can fund it and share with you guys.
Follow-up one on startup capital. You didn't answer on the comparisons for the startup capital for both systems.
Yes. Okay. You mean for investment? Okay. That is a big question. That's very interesting. Actually, what we are doing, especially
apologies, mostly the biofuel. We are working together with stakeholders. We are working with banks. We are working with some mid-men or mid-people that are also helping us on the biofuels. So the idea is that, in a practice example, on the sustainable fuel for aviation, what does it happen? As soon as you have a feasibility research or study, a feasible study that will assure you that that product or that product is feasible, so you will have funding from the greatest enterprise, mostly for the power. We're saying, especially like KPLM, Stanza, Emirates. They are companies that will invest on the projects and based on the viability, on the technical feasibility studies. So this is one of the, where I say some of the projects on the renewable energy. Thank you very much.
Please, may I ask you to take a chair at the table where you will have the advantage of a headphone. We will return to questions later. We will now move on to the next presenter, and I am happy to call the chairman of the Angolan Association of Renewable Energies, Engineer Victor Fontes. Please, Senor.
Boa tarde. Muito obrigado, Sr. Presidente.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much, Chair. Distinguished parliamentarians, distinguished guests, Secretary of State, ladies and gentlemen. I would like, in the first place, to thank the opportunity to share some ideas about the roles of renewable energies on the resolution of energy problems, not only in Angola but in the region and globally, and the need of a creation of a single market in the region. Next slide, please. Well, the potential of renewable energy in Angola was already mentioned by the Secretary of State. So basically the numbers are those which we already mentioned before. On hydroelectricity, we have 55 gigawatts for solar with 355 to 368 kilowatts radiation by square meter, which is very good. We have regions that are very good globally. In brackets, the SADC region has, particularly be it Namibia or South Africa, there are regions with high radiation levels or good radiation levels with good potential solars. And then we have 3.5 aeolic energies and 3.2 biomass. That is not aeolic or wind power, which is not our strength, but we should also mention it. Next slide. Relating to Angola currently, what matters is to verify how energy mix is nowadays. The slide that we are looking at is relating to Prodel data. Prodel is a public public company on energy production. So last week, 17th to the 23rd of July, those are the recent data. So where we see the green part is hydropower, and the little triangle that follows is solar energy. Please go back to the slide. Still on these graphs, we have three graphs. One that has to do with the installed potential or the installed capacities, where we can see that the 62% is reflected. So there's an increase compared to 2023, which is the slide presented by the Secretary of State, because there was extra production that is already in force in Matala. So 52% of solar or hydro energy and 6% solar in terms of installed capacity. Well, what matters, be it satisfaction of the data that comes, which is the maximum demand of the country, be it the satisfaction of the supplied energy, is largely attended by clean energy, namely hydro. If you look at this table, we can verify that we have a total installed capacity of 6 gigawatts, of which 4 are hydro, and we only have a small end of 2.3 gigawatts at the moment, which means that there's a capacity available which is huge. On the other hand, the fact that we still have part of our needs satisfied utilizing thermal energy, this has to do with the fact that we do not have our systems, our transport systems connected, which means there are areas of the country that cannot utilize the available hydro energy that is available, for instance, in Medio Kwanza, which the Secretary of State mentioned. This is where we have the greatest production capacity currently. We can move on to the next slide. One aspect that I would like to underline here on this table. This is a table supplied by the SAP, Southern African Power Pool. They've carried out their first roadshow in Luanda last month. It was the first time they carried out a roadshow. What we understand, because we are still not connected to SAP, one thing that is quite noticeable is to verify that from the countries of the region connected to SAP, Angola, Mozambique, and Tanzania are the only countries that have excess of installed capacities. All other countries have got a deficit of installed capacities. In other words, they do not produce enough or sufficient energies for their needs. And if we verify, Angola currently presents an excess of energy or available energy, and a good part of it is clean energy, like we saw. The energy mix that we have is fundamentally hydro and solar photovoltaic. So we have 2,400 megawatts available. So if we had our networks connected, this energy would have been availed to the region. In other words, if we consider that one of the objectives of SADC is to have an energy mix of about 35% of clean energy in 2030, and this is one of the objectives, we can see the contribution that Angola can give towards achieving this objective. On the other side, and not less important, it is an opportunity, be it for Angola or the region. It is important to have this connection because it will help to gain advantage on the investments made by Angola, be it the producer, like we saw by the presentation of the Secretary of State. There are other projects ongoing which will be built in the country and in the region, which is called Kakulu Kabasas. And as we know, there's another combination of projects, solar projects, that are also ongoing already. Namely, and I believe this is a project that should be mentioned or is worth mentioning, that is ongoing, is there's an investment in a solar park of 400 megawatts, which will be built in the Lauca area. There's still room in this financing, which was already mentioned, is from South Africa, based in Exim Bank of the US. So it's a park of 400 megawatts, which means that the production potential with resource to clean energy is quite considerable. But we need to bear in mind that this energy is already available. And what I'm announcing here are projects that are already ongoing, like at Lauca, or at least the funding has already been assured, which means that there's a perspective of a short-term period to avail this energy. SAP announced the interest they have in the connections. We can move on to the next slide. So the connections through the transmission lines and equipment such as substations, etc. So there are studies being conducted right now, and it has already been announced by the Secretary of State. There's a perspective of a very short period of time. It is obvious that it seemed to us that it should have been faster, because it's like 2028 is still far given the needs that the region presents and the fact that this energy is already available. But nevertheless, it was announced on the roadshow in Luanda that this integration of the electrical system, the public electrical system of Angola, as well as the region, is one of the greatest priorities of the Southern Africa Powerful. So studies are ongoing, and obviously funding or financing will come about so that this possibility can be realized as soon as possible. I believe it's of everyone's interest. Well, in terms of Angola, on electricity generation, currently we would resolve these based on the needs that the country presents. Well, we think that the greatest problem of Angola is its low level of electrification. The rate of electrification is still very low. It is at 43%. It is below the objectives of SADC, which is 50% until 2030. I believe that's the objective set by SADC. Like we saw in the slides of my colleague, Victor Matezo, there are countries in the region that present higher rates and others have lower rates than ours. But I would say that the great challenge, if we have to consider the implications, be it social or economical one, that this has for the region, the great challenge for the region and of Angola in particular, is to increase its electrification rate. Next slide. This is for us to get closer to the SDG number 7, which is to provide clean and accessible energy, which establishes as first point which until 2030 we should consider these global access with affordable prices. So this is clear that until 2030 the region will not be able to achieve this objective, and Angola will also not make it. But I believe the concern is it's everyone's concern to get as closer as possible to this objective. Another one is to increase the participation of renewable energy in the global activities until 2030. In Angola, we can see that this goal is almost attained. We are currently with about 65% of installed capacity on clean energy, and we have satisfactory levels on the distributed energy. We are about at 90% of energy that is being distributed. Currently, I want to mention that this year for Angola was a very good hydro year. In other words, we had a lot of rains in the areas where we have the highest hydro production capacity, which means that we had a very good behavior in our centers with high levels available. But we see that this is still a challenge for the region. As we know, the region still has some countries that are fundamentally dependent on fossil fuels, namely coal. In particular, South Africa and Botswana have a huge dependency on coal. Is to double the global rate on efficiency. We need to understand this well. Well, to have good indicator, it's not only to produce. In other words, we need to save on this energy. So, and for that, it is necessary that we increase the energy efficiency. Unfortunately, in Angola, this is not a topic yet, with the exception of some specific sectors like the oil and gas, as mentioned by my colleague Mateus. But at the electrical sector, this is not one of the priorities, despite of all the work of SACRI that needs to be more present. And for us in Angola, we've hosted SADC that have the same functions as SACRI, but for Central Africa. This is a topic that still needs to be on our day-to-day talks. What is important to mention, and it was also mentioned here in the MP, that recently just intervened. While in energy transition in Angola, from most of the population is from coal to clean energy such as gas, cooking gas, etc. So we need to majority of primary energy that is consumed in Angola is still biomass. In other words, if we have 43% of electrification rate, this means that the bigger number of the country does not have access to electricity. And there's still a very considerable percentage that does not have access to cooking gas. So the issue of energy transition, I believe, in a greater part of our continent, Africa, this still implies to look for more efficient ways to make sure that the population have access to energy. Renewable energy can carry out a very considerable role for the government to fulfill and overcome the electrification rates that have been established, because renewable energy has some important characteristics. One of them is that, particularly the new energy, is that they are distributed in the whole territory. Most part of the territory we find good conditions for solar radiation. So in some areas we have the possibility to use biomass in a sustainable manner. And what we do not have is wind. We don't have a lot of air production or energy, but still there's a possibility for greater hydro production with the aid of mini hydros, because we have big and small rivers that can help us elevate energy and take energy closer to the citizens that currently do not have access to energy. Next slide. One of the problems that we now face is that practically all investment that is being done to be able to increase this electrification rate, to take energy where it doesn't exist currently, is only being done with one resource, which is the public monies. Currently, there are many projects of electrification in the rural areas. We have we have the 43% of electrification rate, but the rural area only has 20%. Angola is a country, is a vast country, and with a very low populational density, because it has 67% of the population lives in the urban areas, which means 1,270,000 square kilometers that we have only has 30% of the population living in this greater part of the space that we have. This means that we have the necessity to meet conditions that will allow us to have the necessary resources to take electricity to all these citizens. And all of this is only possible with the attraction of private investment, and this should be an objective. And with the current social situation of the country, we cannot eliminate the subsidies, but it should be addressed to those that are really in need. In Angola, electricity in particular and oil derivatives, oil and gas derivatives are subsidized, but it's blind subsidies because they are not only directed to those that need them. And this should be an effort that must be done. And we are concerned to find solutions that without disturbing the social equilibrium or balance of the country, we can resolve this. To attract the private sector, next slide, there's a combination of challenges that need to be faced, that are being faced. So it is important to resolve the tariff issues. Our tariff is the lowest in the world. Our tariff is fixed, which is very low, which is 2 cents per kilowatt per hour. This tariff problem creates great problems on the attraction of the private sector, because it obliges for an intervention from the government every time there are investment intentions on behalf of private operators, even on production. And on the other hand, it doesn't make it attractive to the, even though the market is open for the private operators. And because of that, we do not see a lot of private operators coming to participate in this process. Another specific for green markets, green networks, are 2 fundamental elements, particularly if we want to reach the whole country. So it is important to reach all the country, because if this effort is not done, what happens is that which we identify or verify nowadays. We continue to have a huge migration to the urban areas from the rural areas, which deserts the country in the rural areas. Especially the young people want to come to the cities where they obviously have opportunities. But if we are able to take electricity throughout the country, we might find solution to fix this population in their areas, because it's fundamental for development. So we need specific regulations for this situation, because given the expression of the population, it is not possible to find viable economic solutions to extend the public energy or electricity system countrywide. So these are solutions that are supported by renewable energy and can resolve the problem. On the other hand, it is important to simplify contractual processes so that the private sector can feel attracted to invest in the sector. We can move on to the last slide. One important thing is that what I'm saying here is perfectly aligned by the Ministry of Energy and Water under its Decree 7823, where we find the concrete objectives so that until 2030 this rate of electrification is increased, and that we can increase then the rate. This is part of the decree, and we are all anxious to see its implementation. Conclusions. I have to read the conclusion because I can't see that far. It is urgent and necessary to conclude the connections of the electrical systems in Angola and to connect with SAP. So this should be one of the priorities, and is one of the priorities, not only to connect our systems, but how to connect the system with the region. We saw that the region needs our production capacity, and we need to gain advantage on all these investments that were made for the region. We also saw that we can carry out a very positive role on the improvement of the regional energy mix, aggregating a huge pie of production based on clean energy, and this will be beneficial to all. It is urgent and necessary to increase the tariffs, giving privilege to many networks and domestic services. In other words, the electrification rate, the map we saw shows a study made by a consultant, NRSCC is an American consultant, RECA, that shows all the areas that have been identified where mini network projects can be installed. The projects I recently mentioned are the ones with available funding, and based on this study to promote mini networks, which is foreseen for the next 2 or 3 years, to create new mini networks with based on photovoltaic energies over 100 rural communal areas in Angola. These are ongoing projects that are complemented with extension of the current network. It is urgent and necessary to create conditions to attract private investment. Like I mentioned, overcoming all those barriers that we currently have, and that it is fundamental to be courageous to take some of the measures so that our market can be more competitive, and make sure that the investments made in the sector or energy sector can be optimized. The connection cost to the new consumer should be lower than that which we already have. And this is possible if we manage to get conditions to invest a more competitive private sector in much more good conditions to be effective. on issues of residues, batteries, and solar panels. This is a problem and an opportunity. In the region, we have great projects. Namibia has a project, a huge project on green energy production based on solar and wind, where they will produce many of gigawatts of electricity. South Africa also has many projects of solar park implementations, I believe wind power as well. So all countries have projects, photovoltaic projects. So it is important to think about the residues. Mozambique has, and there's an ongoing project. It is important to think about what to do with the batteries. For instance, Mozambique has over 4,000 solar systems installed. And this is one of the reasons why they improved their electrification rate significantly. But this means there's a lot of batteries that needs to be recycled. What are we going to do with these batteries? This is a problem that the region should face as a whole. By creating, and it is also an opportunity to industrialize and create conditions to collect all these residues. Apart from the electronical equipment associated to this system, this is an opportunity to create industries that are able to recycle these products. Because if we do not recycle, the thing is we are solving one environmental problem, but on the other hand, we are creating another. So it is important to prevent this in anticipation so that we don't find ourselves in a crisis situation. And obviously, all these efforts should never forget, be it the training of local staff on these great projects or the promotion of entrepreneurship, because many times there are huge investments made, but we bring in people from outside that implement the project and go away, and then the country ends up not having the capacity to maintain this project, and the country also ends up not benefiting according to the economic potential that these projects carry with itself. It doesn't allow the entrepreneurs to grow, the industries don't grow, and national staff with great jobs and payment is not created. That's the last slide. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senor Fontes. If you resume your seat, we will be able to take one quick question, one immediate question before we move on. Now, in that case, I will be happy to move on to the next presenter, and we can catch up on the questions later. Thank you. It is now my pleasure to invite Ms. Katia Gabriel. She is the director of a set of laboratories connected with technology and science. So, Ms. Gabriel, please.
Já está, né? Boa tarde.
Good afternoon, everyone. The speaker of the Parliamentary Forum and Speaker also of the National Assembly from Seychelles, Dr. Roger. Good afternoon, Secretary General of the Parliamentary Forum of SADC, Dr. Boem Sahom. I'd like also to acknowledge and greet Excellency Secretary of State for Energy, Dr. Lindo Carlos. I also want to greet, I'm representing the ISPTEC, and is also in the venue the distinguished director of ISPTEC. Good afternoon, MPs, members of the Angolan government. Good afternoon, everyone. Before I go with my presentation, I'd like also to give my note of thanks to the organizer of this parliamentary forum, the host, that is the National Assembly Speaker, Dr. Carolina Cerqueira, and Dr. Pedro Sebastião for the invitation, and also for regarding very important the importance of the academy or the academia participation. In this forum, I'd like to share our experience as a higher education or a tertiary education institution to promote new energies in the energies. So on this presentation, we will speak a little bit on our role and ongoing projects in our institutions, initiatives with impacts on the renewable energies. Well, as actually I was overtaken on this topic on the description of the Angolan energy that was presented by the Secretary of State and also by the colleagues, Engineer Vita and Engineer Victor, that they also presented the Angolan potential on the renewable production. What we can say on this description was very clear, and with an authorized voice. This is the Ministry of Energy and Waters, and Angola should be proud to have this potential on the renewable productions. So apart from this potential that Angola has, when I mention Angola, many other countries in the region, they might have a similar potential on the renewables. And so they also are like the potential players for the green energy production and biofuels, and also security and energy security in the region and sustainability. In Angola, according to the last census, we have like 32 million inhabitants, and we will be conducting a new census in the coming days, in the coming time, but then we can say that was increase, a 3% increase, and this calls upon our attention to a demand on a supply or a higher supply of energy. When I say a higher consumption of energy, we are saying that more consumption of the natural resources. There are also many challenges that we need also to arise. On this regard, we also need to look what are the challenges along the region. The challenges were also presented clearly on the speech of the National Assembly, Dr. Carolina Cerqueira, in her earlier speech in the morning, and she said on the challenge on the access to energy, and she said that there is like access to energy. Angola is having an access rate into 43%, and we learned that the regions with more populations like Luanda is having the highest rate of electrification. Some provinces in the interior like Bié, Cunene, Lunda North, they have an electrification rate around 10%. So we can see and compare that in terms of opportunities, we can see that this population is strictly regarded to the life conditions and also employment opportunities, and also access to energy. So on the renewables, there are also some challenges on the infrastructures, costs and maintenance. So today we also look globally on the conflicts, on the armed conflicts that are happening globally. Sometimes they also affect the production and distribution of the renewables. For example, we can feel the impact of the turmoils happening institutionally, as we are having problems to have the deliverables of some laboratory equipment, some of them that are like manufactured in Germany, but they depend to be crossed through some areas that are under conflicts. So this sometimes affects that the renewable industry might have also some challenge nationally. There is also a demand on the energy consumption and also a greater consumption of the natural resources. Another challenge in the region is the lack or is the deficiency of expertise in the region. Like we learned that there is no training regionally for these very important areas. The cost on the renewables, the devices, though there is an advancement on technology, but the devices to produce energy, they are getting costly, and as there is no local production, and we are a country that is very high depending on other or in exporting, so it is a challenge as well. So these are some of the general challenges, but for us to overcome such challenges, we need to diagnose them and also seek for ways to overcome. So the great question that brings me today in this August assembly is, what is our role as an academia or as a tertiary institution in promoting the renewables in the SADC region? Well, the tertiary institutions, they are the pioneers on the scientific research, and we have like 3 pillars: training, professional training, research, scientific research, and expansion. And we have to prepare future leaders, the decision makers, the ones that will defend the principles, the policies of renewables inside these parliaments and outside these parliaments. So it's our strategy to put in our syllabus issues regarding to the renewables. In our tertiary, in our institution, we have most of the courses are on engineering, and we have a syllabus regarding modules that are connected to the renewables and sustainability, thermodynamics, fluid mechanics, heat transference, and we also have we have all these courses in order to help and enhance the petrochemistry and also engineering areas. And we are sure that with these modules and with this syllabus and this knowledge sharing on the renewable, we are contributing to train qualified cadre that will respond to the demand on the renewables. On the scientific research, that is one, we are the sector, we are one of the institutions that is responsible. We are working on the research projects that are on the development, on the optimization of renewable devices, and on the university expansion. We want to say that on the university expansion is to transfer to the community all the knowledge that we produce internally. So it's important, as we are transferring this knowledge, that the university should commit itself to enhance the needs of the society and look for ways to solve such problems. So the countries that have had successful projects, they had support by the academia. It's not possible to do this in energy transaction if we do not involve the tertiary institutions as well. So on vocational training, we have an infrastructure of 34 engineering laboratory that are to support not only the training activities and the research, but also to assist the external community. We have like laboratory tests and also vocational training as well. We have like those ones that are tailored according to the candidates. So in 2023, we offered a lot of short-term courses. They were vocational training for particular students and experts from different enterprises, mostly from the oil and gas companies and energy as well. According to our states, it was 2023. In 2024, we are also training. We do not have the data for 2024, but only in 2023, we trained 1,648 trainees on energy and on oil and gas and renewable energy, and this training took about 2,000 hours of training, and we've been receiving some requests from the Luanda province, but we also have trainees from different provinces from Angola. So just as I said, our commitment is not only with our internal community, we also have a commitment with the external community. At this very time, we are following the current dynamics on the climate change, and so we've learned that globally, not only globally, but also nationwide, the companies of the oil and gas sector, they are through a transition process, meaning that they are transiting from oil and gas to energy companies. It means that they're including their services portfolios, clean energies and technologies of the renewable energies. So this transition process requires that these companies should have human capital that is capable to handle and cope with such challenges. So based on these dynamics, we've been also offering, or we prepared a course for collaborators of a local company in the oil and gas sector, a training on renewable energies. So the pictures we are portraying now on the slides are collaborators from some companies of the oil and gas sector. So they went to our center so that they should be trained on renewable energies. So we are also contributing to prepare the companies for this transition process, this energy transition process. It means the oil and gas companies in a full transition to energy companies. So these professionals or these workers, they have a long experience on the oil and gas sector, but they need something as a complement or as an additional regarding to the issues of the renewable energies. So as an academia on the transition, on the energy transition, or on promotion of the renewable energies, we have the capacity that in the scientific research we can have some recommendations on the policies on the renewable energies. It's been like a scope for us. And there is also some auditings for some government entities or government institutions, and not only the government institution, but also some other private. There are also needs of technical and feasibility studies, and ISPTEC is also is having a lecturing body with capability, with scientific capability to develop investigations and research on labs, and they have the goal to give an overview of the potential and the limitations and existing infrastructure to produce renewable energies. In our institution, as I said previously, this is a moment of conducting investigation projects on technologies to produce renewable energies.
Portanto, gostaria também neste
in this very forum, I'd like also to share some of the projects that were developed in our institution, and some of them are still ongoing, namely the biodiesel production. In our institution, it's a new institution. We started in 2012, and in 2012 we were focused on defining the academic processes, and so the very first investigation group in our institution was mostly focused on energy. So we started an investigation project or a research project on biodiesel from the palm oil in 2013, in a time that the crude was at high prices, and almost we didn't even speak on the biofuels. So we decided to open that investigation line in our institution. Nevertheless, our greatest challenge in the time was to have access to the so because we know that whenever we are producing, we have there's a production cost. To select the base was also the one that had an impact on the cost or on the production cost. So we selected some criteria like availability from the raw material, that this raw material should be available in the region, and this raw material should have at least a big quantity of oil, and the raw material need to guarantee a fuel production according to the requirement standards on the biofuels. So we learned that the palm oil was an alternative, and at this very time there was also the big dilemma, like using the palm oil as fuel or for food. And so there was this dispute on the use of raw materials for food, and as also to have them as biofuels. So we also did a study on the value chain on palm oil nationwide, and we also had the use of palm oil in some rural communities, and we learned that some rural communities, they have the challenge to access to the refined oil like soybean oil or sunflower oil. So we were informed that some of the community use the palm oil, they heat palm oil. After it is heated, so it becomes like a light yellow substance, so it's useful to fry and cook. So from that very moment, then there is a residual oil, and this residual oil can also be used as a biofuel. So based on that report, we did some refinery simulation in our labs, and then we compared of the potential of the palm oil and the refined palm oil in the use of the biofuel. As we did that refined process in our labs, there was a reduction on the oxide stabilization. That is a parameter that evaluates the quality and the duration of the fuel. If it's not the oxidation, So there's the need to evaluate the quality of the raw material that will be selected. So there are many other raw materials available. We've worked along some years in this process. We published some articles, and they were like nationwide and international, and we also will present the results of these projects. We also did some tests to evaluate, or maybe to evaluate the engine performances, or engine performance that should use the biofuels, or we did some mix from B0 to B100 to evaluate also the partial substitution or a complete substitution with the palm oil. And so in this process we also developed the process, and this is a process that can be used with many other raw materials, with other types of raw materials, and this work may be a base for feasibility studies, either economic or technical, to affirm the conditions that are linked to the raw material, and also considering that the market and the location of the industries, and also to analyze the scenarios, in which scenarios it's possible to produce a biofuel or biodiesel with a competitive price. So we have the results that may also help the authorities and the lawmakers and the regulators, so that they can have an overview on the biofuels in Angola. So this project have some progress with many articles that we published. So in the latest years, we've learned that this is like the green hydrogen advent, and we also learned in 2018, we were invited in 2018 to be part of a consortium of 4 countries, Angola, South Africa, Portugal, and Germany, a consortium for a research exploitation project to evaluate the location of the green hydrogen in the SADC region. So we drafted the project so we couldn't get the funding for this project, but we decided to keep on with the research, that for this exploitation is not only on the green hydrogen, as it has also been our consent, because the green hydrogen in the sector is like the issue at the table of many other at many other countries. So we are studying, and as we all well know, that the greatest challenge of the green hydrogen is on the production costs. So when we consider the electrolysis process, and we know that prices are very high. Yes, I'm almost at the end. We also decided to study the hydrogen production from the organic tissues, and we can also explore the biogas to electrify the rural areas. So as I'm almost beyond time, so it's our hope to produce hydrogen from biogas, or biogas from residues, and then they will be converted into biogas, and then we can have and then produce fertilizers and energies, and later on to be used to produce hydrogen. So I'd like also to present a project that is a renewable energy laboratory. As I said, from the very beginning of the activity of our institution, we had been working on energies and renewable, and along the time we've gathered a number of experience and knowledge, and at this very time we gathered all the human capital and materials, and also established a lab that is on the renewables, that is named the Renewable Energies Lab. that at this very moment is being refurbished and equipped as well. And we have some prototypes on scientific consulting and auditing, energy auditing for all the renewables projects in the country. Next. So my final remarks are also aligned with what has been already presented by the previous presenters before me. And so on the renewables in the SADC region is that we need to identify the challenge and find ways to overcome. So there is also an appeal for us for cooperation on the tertiary institutions in the SADC so that they could find ways to cooperate to produce knowledge and science. The Secretary of State also said that we should foster the scientific investigation, and we also urge the implementation of the institutions on the renewable energies. The policies on the renewable should be based on the scientific research. So that was my last point, and thank you very much for the floor and your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Ms. Gabriel. If you would resume. Ladies and gentlemen, honorable delegates, I am seriously concerned about the constraint of time. I know you have dinner at 7, so I cannot delay you, but I will propose that we take a very quick health break. 15 minutes, we will be back here at 5:45. We will hear deliberations and also hear the country reports. We hope we will be able to be done by within 1 hour for the next session. Thank you. Please, let's take a short health break and let's be back sharply on time. Thank you very much, presenters, and I hope you will be back with us. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, honorable members, would you kindly take your seats so that we can resume? Please take your seats so that we can resume. So I will have a quick session of 15 minutes for questions and answers because we have country reports on the theme and some countries have prepared. So I cannot compromise. I cannot compromise on that, but I can compromise on the questions and answers. There a bit. Okay. Yes. Where is it?
Please.
Mm-hmm.
Is it not for tomorrow?
No, that's another. No, this is for today. This is to do with the theme.
Start here. The closing speech addressed by...
No, she is not here, so I will just say thank you. I will not, yes, after that, I will not make a speech.
After then, we can step away?
Oh, yes, you will be able to step away after, yes. But this is going to take a bit of time because these are reports from countries on the theme.
Yes.
It is on the theme.
We don't need to stay here.
No, I would like you to stay here because there might be remarks and so on that you would like to address. Okay? Ladies and gentlemen, would you please, can I have your attention? We will resume. Okay, as I said, due to the constraints of time, we have to compromise. We will have a short session for questions and remarks addressed to the panelists. And then we will proceed with the country reports. So we will now take a short session of about 15 minutes for questions and remarks. Members, delegates, if you wish to ask a question or make a remark on the theme, you may now do so. Please raise your hand. Member from Lesotho? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. It's my pleasure to be given the opportunity to make... Oh, yes. Thank you. It's a pleasure for me to get this opportunity to put through some few remarks based on the presentations that have been made. I would just like to say, Mr. President, we live in an era that we can no longer afford to deny the fact that climate change is a real issue. And with that, SADC region, we have seen it being hit repeatedly by some of the effects of climate change. For example, we just are coming from an El Nino-induced drought in the southern part of Africa. So this actually does call for a very deliberate intervention from the region in terms of how do we really address the issues of climate change. I remember a colleague from Botswana did mention earlier that the issues of emissions are not necessarily a domestic issue, but we do realize that we are disproportionately affected by the effects of climate change. So we need to stand up as SADC and Africa as a whole to say, then what do we do? As much as we don't emit so much, but then what do we do to make sure that the effects of climate change that affect the entire world, how then do we find ourselves to adapt to situations like that? So, so as I'm saying, this calls for an action from our part to have a more aggressive climate action programs that can actually integrate renewable energy technologies into our energy ecosystem. We need to make sure that we have sustainable industries and production facilities. We also have sustainable financing of energy sector. So one would then ask, what does this mean for SADC and Africa as a whole? It is evident that several countries in Africa do have a lot of potential in terms of renewable energies, but we also know that we have some African countries that have energy crisis. If I make an example with South Africa, where we have a lot of blackouts in South Africa, we could actually use potential from other countries to make sure that we solve energy crisis in South Africa with the excess capacity that exists in Angola or Lesotho. So this topic is quite of critical importance that needs SADC as a region to really think critically to say, how are we positioning ourselves such that we are able to share the potential that exists within the region? But at the same time, we need to really be asking ourselves deliberate questions on what is in for us as Africa or SADC in doing the transition from non-renewable to renewable energy sources. The same concern raised by a colleague from Botswana to say, is it in our interest really? What is the rush for the transition? Are we not going to end up seeing ourselves becoming a market for the economies that actually are polluting, who are now going to be the producers of the components of the renewable energy facilities like manufacturing of solar panels, and then we just end up being the consumers of those products? So we need to say, where do we position Africa within the entire renewable energy value chain such that we benefit from the entire process? Are we doing enough to build capacity to be able to produce some of these components? Are we training our people enough to be experts in this area such that when we do the transition, it is actually benefiting the African people more than it's benefiting anybody else? So these are questions that we really need to be asking ourselves. Also thinking about how then do we finance the transition such that there are no industries that are going to end up being negatively impacted by the transition. There are no industries or sectors that will be left behind. If we speak about this, for example, a solar power plant that can produce an equivalent amount of energy with a coal-based plant will not employ the same number of people to operate. What are we saying about those who are working in those non-renewable energy sectors? How do we produce alternative forms of employment such that when we transition, we don't have other people left behind out of jobs because now we are trying to pursue this clean energy aspiration? So thank you very much, Mr. President. I would say a lot, but time is not on our side. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. You have expressed what is in a lot in our thoughts. Let me go on to, may I ask you to limit your remarks to about 3 minutes, please. The member from Botswana.
I'm here, Mr. President.
Yes.
Yeah, can I start by dovetailing my point to the honourable member from Lesotho on the the extent of support, especially from the global north, on green energy journey. To what extent do we see, say, FDI flows, partnerships from such countries? Because as my colleague here has said, it's quite expensive to transition. Because if you tell a country like Botswana, which is sitting on billions of tons of coal, to speed up going the solar route, those issues come into play. But the question I wanted to ask, directed to the lady, because she's from the academia. In most cases, we need data to inform decisions. And to what extent does the African academia, especially in the region, are embarking on research and development? To what extent is research and development being funded? Are we seeing a registration of patents, development of intellectual property in the region? You may infer from Angola, for instance, the extent to which we see the role of academia. Academics have been accused of being ivory towers, just sitting in their air-conditioned offices and not really researching on things that have impact on the people. Do we see that African research output that has impact, especially on indigenous, resources? I would like to know your view on that. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. The question was addressed specifically to Ms. Gabriel. I will be happy to ask for her response.
Okay. Muito obrigada, senhora.
Thank you, Chair of SADC Parliamentary Forum. Honorable from Botswana, that was an interesting question about the impact and importance of scientific research. But I would like to say that scientific research in Africa did not yet reach the desirable level. We still have a lot of challenges, namely in the issues on financing scientific research. Not speaking about the Angolan reality that I'm going to speak about, because I know the reality of my country, to say that in Angola we don't yet have a lot of financing for scientific projects, because scientific research is not only done through or by having human capital and goodwill. We need a lot of resources. We need to have well-equipped labs in order for us to have the required knowledge. But as members of the academia, we should work together, and also universities should work together, as well as the government and the industry, in order to identify what are the main challenges and make sure that the academia, they can find solutions to the challenges, so that we don't produce only knowledge in order to satisfy the intellectuals that should not only write articles, but should produce knowledge that can be applied in the society where they're living. That's a challenge, and I believe that the Angolan reality does not differ from the reality of other SADC countries. I believe that we should continue working together, and our presence today in this forum shows that universities are beginning to be called to forums such as this, and I believe that we'll be challenged to start producing knowledge and working, playing our role, and make sure that we can do something better for the society, and also to face this great challenge. Thank you.
Gabriel. Ladies and gentlemen, I will have to limit the number of interventions. I will take the three that... ladies and gentlemen, I think you have to be prepared to be here a little late. Thank you. I have a hand from Seychelles.
Thank you, Mr. President. Universities have is lack of innovative strategies to work with the private sector. That's one. Number two, we have areas of forests which we can trade in carbon credits and raise money for research. Because of our vast forests, that can be done. And the universities have not interested governments to move in that direction. In Zimbabwe, we have started doing that. And we have raised some funds, and we will continue to raise some funds from carbon credit tradings in order to assist our universities come up with scientific solutions to climate action responses. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I will take the remark or question from Seychelles.
Thank you, Mr. President. My remarks will be along the line of the spirit of regional integration within the SADC region. I foremost would like to thank the expert presentation for their presentation and also the labeling of what Angola is doing. So my question, it's come from resources mobilization. As we all know that many of our SADC countries are facing different priorities when it comes to their budget. Some, their priorities will be in health, some in infrastructure, others will be in different sectors. So may we know how Angola is coping with its financing, because these projects cost millions and millions of dollars, I would say. So how are you raising the funding? Because many of us, our local funding will not be sufficient or will not be used as part of the priorities or the SDGs that have been set. So how do you mobilize your resources? One, we know that there will be external factors, donor funding, grants, loans, but most of us countries are already in debt now. So we know the consequences also attached when it comes to acquiring loan or grants from our external or the partners. There will be consequences. So how do you manage all this so that we can say that one of our priorities, we are MPs, we vote for the budget annually, but when it comes to telling our government that certain percentage of the budget needs to go towards sustainable development, renewable energy, but sometimes it's not possible because the priority agenda are different from different countries. So I would like to have your insight on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Perhaps I will ask the Secretary of State to give an impression of this issue. Please.
Muito bem. The question asked by Your Excellencies focus on what has been the secret of Angola in order to face the economical challenges that has been affecting globally but we'll be able to implement significant projects in the economic life of the country. So it was already mentioned by the member of parliament that many countries in the region have been facing difficulties, and that has been undermining the mobilization of resources for the implementation of certain projects through external funding. So to answer, I would like to say that each mobilization of financial resources depends on certain conditions. So each resource mobilization, I'm going to repeat, depends on certain conditioning. And among these conditions, as I said, it is the development planning that should focus on certain priority areas. And according to the priority of the country as a metrics and platform for its development. And as Angola sees the cross-cutting energy project in all segments of development of the economic and social life, and looking at the metrics of Angola and looking at the lesson that helped us to mobilize resources to allocate where is needed, as it was done in the energy sector and not only. So working with bilateral and multilateral partners, we found solutions that gave an answer to the economic metrics of Angola. And the Angolan government elaborated a list of priorities so that that money would be used. And I would like to say that that money was not only used in the energy sector, but also other sectors according to the National Development Plan. And we've got the expenses to support the development. That's a project whereby the government has included in the government, and as part of that project, priority was given to the energy sector and the infrastructure. As part of that, that's the expense to support the development. So that's the code, that's the password, if you allow me to say, that's the keyword that help us to be able to implement this project, because international collaboration, and we also had the support of the public-private partnership to overcome this problem. I hope that I was clear. Thank you very much for your attention.
Secretary of State. Let me move to the next person. Namibia had a... Yes, sir. Where? That's Namibia. Namibia here? Yes, sir.
Okay. Yeah, no, I'm sorted. I'm sorted. It's fine. The ladies, the mama says, help me. Is here. Okay. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Mine. Maybe I will just apologize to Honorable Mama Muti and Princess. I will start with a paraphrase by H.H. And H.H. says, when your stomach is full, you always imagine that there is something wrong with the person complaining of hunger. Now, are we ready? And I make reference to a slide that was given by the professor about surplus and deficit in terms of the energy requirements per country. And I think she said only 3 countries have got a surplus. Angola is one, and the others. The rest of us has got a deficit. Now, how do we join into a race in which we know that we don't have enough energy for the populace and the citizens? 2, when we say it's green energy, it's green in reference to what? The solar panel is cheap, is to be mined, is to be produced somewhere. That process, the steel, the frame, all those are not green. But yet we say we must move into the green direction. First, we are not ready. 2, the assembling of this is also not green. When you mine, you also reinvent the ecosystem, the atmosphere that we want to protect. So what is it that needs to be done in terms of an honest assessment of the process, where we are as SADC, as African countries?
Thank you. May I invite Senior Mateso to give a response to that? Short, please, engineer.
Muito obrigado. Thank you. Both questions are interesting questions. So today, I'd like to use a different term. Instead of saying green energy, we should say net zero. So we end up moving on the same path. So what we expect for African countries as well as other countries is to reduce, to decarbonize all the activities. Now, speaking about the 100% green, if you have to speak about this topic, I don't know if you're going to have enough time to end up spending long hours here. But I mean, you're right. You made a good comment. And what are we doing in Angola? As I mentioned, is to decarbonize our operations. And we don't know. We know that we won't be able to decarbonize at 100%. Reason why we're investing in some compensation project. We spoke about reforestation. We spoke about the low carbon product. Now, speaking about the PV or photovoltaic plagues, we can also speak about wind energy. They still have a lot of questions. As you said, to assemble the material, I mean, the basis comes from the mines, but we also we're now speaking about after using these elements, how are we going to dispose them? So we should venture into green energy, but as African countries, we should have energy security. And after that, we are going to have, as you said, well, with an empty a bit full, and we think better.
I would not like to disappoint them. I would not like to disappoint people who have prepared for this session. So what I'm proposing is that we will now take the country report and we will continue with deliberations as long as people want to stay. And I hope the panel will be in agreement. So with your permission, I will move to the country reports. And I will begin. The Secretary General has suggested that I start from the bottom. So I am calling on Zimbabwe for the country report on the theme. Thank you. Please, may I have your attention? Shall we proceed? Would you like to address from the podium, Speaker? We have a limit of 5 minutes for each report, so I will be calling time, please. Thank you.
This one. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. President, for your indulgence. Each time we have meetings, Zambia and Zimbabwe always present at last. So we appreciate the reversal. Mr. President, Mr. President, I am very privileged to address the August 55th Assembly of the SADC Parliamentary Forum on the overarching theme, the role of parliaments in promoting renewable energy policies in the SADC region and the creation of a single regional energy market. Currently, Mr. President, the energy landscape in the SADC region is characterized by an untapped rich tapestry of renewable energy resources, which include hydropower generation, solar, wind, and biomass with a huge global potential of about 10,580 terawatt hours per year. Notwithstanding several master plans that have been crafted to mitigate the energy deficit in the region, actual progress remains stunted despite the pressing demand for electricity in the region, in the work of regional industrialization trajectory. Inexorably, this points to the need to improve the quantum of energy to meet the energy deficit. Mr. President, firstly, it is incontrovertible that the Inga Dam hydroelectric project in the Democratic Republic of Congo offers a transformative opportunity for the SADC region to access this untapped, abundant hydropower source, which has envisaged potential to generate over 42,000 megawatts of electricity that would adequately meet the energy needs of millions across our region and continentally. The procrastination of this colossal Inga Dam is the bane of our region and is unforgivable. Secondly, Mr. President, it is axiomatic that to realize the full benefits of renewable energy, projects in the SADC region require courageous, timely completion, effective implementation, and long-term sustainability of renewed power generation projects. Accordingly, Mr. President, without any further delay, we always hear that where there is a will, there's always a way. The power projects that need urgent completion include, among others, the Chakulo Chaba hydropower project, which is estimated to generate 2,160 megawatts. This is in Angola. The Batoka hydro project, which is expected to generate 2,400 megawatts, and the Devil's Gorge, 1,200 megawatts on the Zambezi River, can be completed through the auspices of the Zambian and Zimbabwean government. Next is the Panda Gua hydropower project, which has the potential to produce 1,500 megawatts in Mozambique. And then you have the Stigler Gorge hydropower project, which has the potential to produce 2,096 megawatts. And this is in Tanzania. Thirdly, Mr. President, and more critically,
5 minutes, please. Speaker.
Yes, nuclear power is increasingly emerging as a potential solution to address the energy access and climate change challenges faced by SADC countries. Nuclear power offers a reliable, low-carbon alternative energy source that enhances energy security and environmental conservation sovereignty. Currently, nuclear energy accounts for 10% of the electricity output worldwide, with Africa at 0.6% of the world output. Mr. President, in promoting renewable energy, a stout feed-in tariff is key in attracting investment by providing guaranteed above-market price for producers. The concept has been a success in Europe, especially in countries such as Sweden, the United Kingdom, Poland, and Germany. Similarly, the Asian tigers, Japan and China, implemented the feed-in tariff mechanism, resulting in enormous investment in the renewable energy sector. Such a policy trajectory must have A, guaranteed access to the grid, B, stable long-term purchase agreements, C, payment levels to the renewable energy producer based on competitive generation costs. As I conclude, Mr. President, pointedly to cement the regional cooperation in the renewable energy sector, the Southern Africa Power Pool is the answer to the coordinated power generation and intra-energy country utilization under a robust, harmonized legal framework. And what should parliaments do? They must nudge their executive to propagate comprehensive cutting-edge energy policy frameworks for rapid energy investments and development. Parliaments must also leverage higher budget allocation towards renewable energy sector development. Through legislative diplomacy, parliamentarians must facilitate regional cooperation, agreements, and mechanisms to create a vibrant single regional energy market through the harmonization of energy policies and legal frameworks. And finally, parliaments should ratify and domesticate SADC protocols on energy. These include SADC protocols on energy published in 1996, SADC Energy Activity Plan for 2000, Regional Indicative Strategic Development Plan for 2003, Regional Energy Access Strategy and Action Plan for 2010, SADC Regional Infrastructure Development Master Plan, and East Energy Sector Plan promulgated in 2012. And finally, the revised RSDB 2015-2020. Sustainable Energy for All and Agenda 2063. Mr. President, I so submit.
Thank you. Thank you for the report on behalf of Zimbabwe. May I call on Zambia to present a report? Please observe our rule. 5 minutes, please.
Mr. President, allow me to write on the protocols already established. I wish to thank the Right Honorable Nelly Wutete Kashumba Muti, State Council MP, Speaker of the National Assembly of Zambia, for delegating to me this important responsibility of addressing this 55th SADC Parliamentary Forum Plenary Assembly session on the role of parliaments in promoting renewable energy policies in the Southern African Development Community region and the creation of a single energy market. Mr. President, as you are aware, energy is a key driving force for economic development. The importance of energy is reflected by the prominence accorded to energy issues in global, continental, and regional policy processes. Notable among these processes are the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals Agenda 2030, Africa Union Agenda 2063, and the SADC Regional Indicative Strategic Plan. These processes underscore the need to make available affordable and sustainable renewable energy solutions as a gateway to the attainment of sustainable development. Mr. President, despite these efforts, most SADC member states are still grappling with lack of access to clean and affordable energy. For example, only about 42% of the region's population have access to electricity, with some countries having below 5% access to electricity. In addition, it is sad to note that the regional energy generation mix is still largely dominated by non-renewable energy, particularly coal, which contributes about 62%. For this reason, there is need for the region to focus more on increasing the uptake of renewable energy to ensure that the region is able to achieve a sustainable energy mix with a target of achieving a contribution of renewable energy in the regional energy mix of at least 35% by 2030. Mr. President, for SADC to successfully transition to renewable energy, policymakers, including parliamentarians, must make renewable energy a key priority by developing laws and policies that align with global and regional standards, such as the African Union Climate Change Strategy, which sets out ambitious targets to move the continent into a greener future through renewable energy. It is only green industrialization and thriving free enterprise that can drive the region's and Africa's economic transformation agenda. Mr. President, allow me now to share with this gathering some of the measures Zambia has undertaken to promote renewable energy. To begin with, let me state that the government of Zambia has recognized the need to develop the renewable energy subsector in the wake of the climate change crisis. This has been demonstrated through a number of policies and laws the country has adopted in this regard. These include the Vision 2030, the 8th National Development Plan, the Renewable Energy Strategy and Action Plan of 2022, the National Energy Policy of 2019, the National Policy on Environment of 2009, and the National Policy on Climate Change.
among others, have placed the development and use of renewable energy at the center of the country's developmental agenda. Mr. President, I am happy to report that Parliament of Zambia has played a critical role in ensuring these policy interventions by the government are implemented. For example, through its legislative function, in 2016, Parliament enacted the Constitution of Zambia Amendment Act No. 2 of 2016, which, among other objectives, sets out key principles of environmental and natural resources management and development, including the development of renewable energy. Mr. President, in the same vein, our Parliament has enacted key laws to promote climate change and renewable energy, notably the Energy Regulation Act No. 12 of 2019 and the Electricity Act No. 11 of 2019, both of which further provides a regulatory framework for the framework of renewable energy. Mr. President, you may wish to note that through its commitment, through its committee system, particularly Committee on Energy, Water Development and Tourism, the Zambian Parliament has played a significant role in providing oversight over the implementation of government policies and plans on renewable energy. In conclusion, Mr. President, while parliaments strive to carry out their functions in this endeavor, they are constrained by several factors, including structural and policy issues such as limited financial support, inadequate technical capacity, overlapping sectoral objectives, and lack of synergy between diverse sectors. It is important to note that current energy transition presents a great opportunity for the SADC region to leapfrog from the current dependence on fossil fuels to renewable and sustainable energy and achieve green industrialization. Mr. President, I thank you.
Thank you to the member for Zambia for his report. I call on Tanzania for their report.
Thank you, Mr. President. I will represent on behalf of Tanzania delegation. Mr. President, it has been pointed out the theme, the role of Parliament in promoting renewable energy policy and creating a single energy market in SADC region has come up at the right time and is very relevant and very much in line with the various initiatives that the United Republic of Tanzania is undertaking in dealing with the issue of climate change. Mr. President, we fully understand the importance of renewable energy as it ensures energy security and reliability, and it's also ensure carbon emission, that's carbon reduction, and also it less costs in a long run. We understand that renewable energy projects requires heavy investment in initial stage, but in a long run, it's a very cost effective. Mr. President, as we stand now in Tanzania, the current total installed capacity is 2,133 megawatts. And out of this, renewable energy contributes around 36% in the total energy mix in Tanzania. But you have just added 470 megawatts from Julius Nyerere Hydroelectric, which Honorable Mudenda called it Stigler's Gorge. It's now Julius Nyerere hydropower. So the energy, renewable energy now stands at the contribution of around 40% in the total energy mix in Tanzania. Mr. President, the Parliament of Tanzania, through its constitutional mandates, has been always promoting renewable energy initiative that aim at transition to renewable energy. This includes the Parliament of Tanzania has been enacting laws that gives incentive and that are tax-friendly to renewable energy investment. And the Parliament of Tanzania has been allocating funds to renewable energy projects. And also the Parliament of Tanzania has been putting in place legal framework that's always enable renewable energy investment to prosper. Mr. President, as we stand now, we have a number of renewable energy projects that are on the pipeline that totals to 2,961 megawatts when they will be completed. And this includes, we have 4 projects that are hydro. We have Julius Nyerere hydropower, which will give us 2,115, and out of this, 470 megawatts has already been connected to the national grid. We have Rusumo 8 megawatts, Kakoro 87 megawatts, Malagaras 49.5 megawatts, and we have around 4 projects, solar, projects that are on pipeline. We have Shinyanga 50 megawatts, Manyoni 100 megawatts, Same 50 megawatts, and Zuzu 50 megawatts, and we also have 3 wind projects that are on pipeline. That in total will give us 250. And you also have 4 geothermal projects that in total will give us 170 megawatts. So in total, all these renewable energy projects that are hydro, solar, wind, and geothermal, in total they are going to give us 2,961 megawatts by the end of 2025. And the target in Tanzania is to have 5,000 megawatts by the end of 2025. So you can understand by simple mathematics that if the target is 5,000 megawatts and the renewable energy is going to give us 2,961, then the contribution of renewable energy in the energy mix is going to be above 50%. And that is our target. And one thing that I would like to mention that in Tanzania we have a huge project to electrify all villages in Tanzania. In Tanzania we have around 12,300 villages, and we have a program that is Regional Energy Agency, REA. By now we are at 80% of electrifying all villages in Tanzania. 12,300 villages in Tanzania.
5 minutes, please.
Yeah, but coming up to the presenters, I raised the hand. I wanted to ask questions that I understand the importance of renewable energy. And all the presentation by all means, the good energy mix is the one which gives you more contribution of renewable energy into the mix, say around above 50%. But I just want to have the view of the presenter. Some of the country, like Tanzania, we have already discovered and we have a lot of reserve of non-renewable energy. We have a lot of reserve of gas, a lot of reserve of coal, and this is a non-renewable. They are not renewable. And I understand that we are supposed to shift from renewable to non-renewable. But I just to have your view that what are we going to do with all this huge reserve that we have? We have a very huge reserve of gas, very huge reserve of coal, but we are encouraged to shift, to move from non-renewable to renewable. And we have a huge reserve of this non-renewable. So maybe I would like to hear your views. What are you advising us? What are we going to do with all this reserve that we have discovered and we have them? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Member. We will hold that question and get back to it later. Let me call on Seychelles for their report.
Thank you, Mr. President. I am honored to present the report on behalf of my country, Seychelles. Parliament play a vital and diverse role in advancing renewable energy policies in the SADC area and establishing a unified regional market. By promoting clean energy solutions, it plays a crucial role in advancing sustainable development, improve energy security, stimulating economic growth. As legislators, we can push for comprehensive energy laws that consider renewable energy sources and provide long-term planning frameworks that support the growth of sustainable energy sources. As parliamentarians, we can educate the public and stakeholders about the advantages of renewable energy sources and the significance of regional energy cooperation. This can be done by interacting with the local community businesses, civil society organizations, and communities to get support for regional and local renewable energy initiatives. As legislators, we have the ability to assist with programs that increase technical proficiency and knowledge exchange in the field of renewable energy technologies. This includes encouraging educational initiatives, workshops, and training sessions to provide stakeholders the tools they need to engage in the renewable energy industry. To harmonize energy regulations and expedite the establishment of a single regional market, we can promote regional integration and work together across national boundaries. Encouraging international investment in renewable energy infrastructure is one method to achieve this. Through the use of renewable energy, Seychelles is dedicated to sustainability, lowering its carbon footprint, and supporting international efforts to fight climate change. The Seychelles National Assembly has been instrumental in advancing legislative measures and campaigns pertaining to renewable energy. The Seychelles Parliament has passed legislations and rules to encourage the growth of renewable energy. The Energy Commission is the organization tasked with developing and overseeing Seychelles energy resources according to the Energy Act of 2012. The legislative foundation for encouraging renewable energy projects in the Seychelles is also provided in this Act. The Act contains clauses that make it easier to produce, operate, and integrate renewable energy sources into the national grid by providing incentives, licensing, and regulatory support. In collaboration with the executive, the National Assembly has supported and endorsed an ambitious target of 100% renewable energy in electricity generation by 2030. These targets provide a roadmap for transitioning towards sustainable energy sources and reducing dependency on fossil fuels. The National Energy Policy outlines Seychelles' commitment to transitioning towards sustainable energy sources and emphasize the development of renewable technologies. Over the years, the National Assembly has worked to raise public awareness and increase community involvement in order to persuade people to support renewable energy by funding initiatives. Tax breaks, grants, and subsidies and advantageous financing terms are offered as incentives to lower the financial barriers between the growth of related to the growth of renewable energy. The Parliament has set an example for others by putting photovoltaic system on the roof of its building, which has resulted in a more than 50% reduction in electricity use over the previous 4 years. The National Assembly has cultivated connections with other nations and international organizations to provide information, best practices, and financial support for renewable energy projects in the Seychelles in the SADC area through parliamentary diplomacy and international relations.
5 minutes, please.
Since Seychelles' current president of the IPU Sustainable Development Committee is a Seychellois, Seychelles is raising awareness of both the African continent and small island states. It is our duty as leaders and representatives of this nation to safeguard the nation and Mother Earth for present and future generations. With that, Mr. President, I conclude. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Seychelles, for the report. I will call on Namibia to present the report.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Given the time constraint, let me go straight to the subject matter. It is a particular privilege for me to present our contribution on behalf of the Namibian Parliament under the theme, the role of parliaments in promoting renewable energy policies in the SADC region and creating a single regional energy market. This plenary theme gives us parliamentarians in the SADC region a chance to examine how we are, as legislative bodies, can play a role in creating, examining, and approving laws and policies that will assist in facilitating this transition. Therefore, it is important that all parliaments are rooted in the principles of dialogue and take advantage in their power as legitimate branches to foster collaboration on both domestic and regional levels. Mr. President, since our region will soon have its own regional parliament, we have a chance to ensure that national regulations pertaining to renewable energy projects are harmonized at the regional parliamentary level, thereby creating a unified policy framework in the region. In order to establish a unified regional energy market, this harmonization is essential. Let me also add here that we in Namibia have embarked upon an initiative in the form of green hydrogen, a strategic project that is currently raising a great deal of expectations in our country and beyond. Mr. President, as a regional parliament, it is crucial that there is an accountability measures in place, making sure that there is a strong monitoring mechanism in place to keep an eye on how renewable energy projects are being carried out. Therefore, all levels of government in the region must support the creation of a unified regional energy market, providing adequate funding, take steps to prevent unnecessary misuse, and implement strict oversight and transparency procedures. Mr. President, in conclusion, SADC Parliament play a crucial role in advancing the agenda of renewable energy policies that lead to the establishment of single market energy market. We have no doubt that SADC region can realize its goal of sustainable and integrated renewable energy through harmonization of policies, through consultation and involvement of pertinent stakeholders. It is my wish that the deliberations of this magnitude translate into tangible outcomes, better understanding and open new avenues towards a single regional energy market. These aspirations will be reinforced with or by efforts aimed at regional integration, including but not limited to an integrated regional energy market. That said and done, I so submit.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for Namibia, for the report. I call on Malawi.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Allow me to stand on the protocols already observed. And through you, Mr. President, may I ask the whole House to stand for a minute of silence in honor of the departed soul of our Vice President, Right Honorable Saulos Chilima. May his soul rest in peace. Amen. Mr. President, allow me to start my presentation with an introduction on the theme under discussion. The SADC region is in an energy crisis due to high energy demand, which is emanating from economic growth, leading to inadequate electricity supply. Despite efforts, the region faces shortages, accessibility issues, and the high costs. My presentation explores how Parliament can promote renewable energy policies in the Southern Africa, though I don't have enough time, therefore I will not explain in detail. The SADC member states have made important strides in the establishment of the SADC energy market, particularly through the preparation of the policy and legislative framework for the project, such as SADC Protocol on Energy, the Regional Energy Policy, the Regional Master Plan, and the Model Bilateral Agreement for power utilities to operate the market. Furthermore, there has been political support for the adoption of the Southern African Power Pool through the Declaration of Southern Africa as the Common Power Pool Area. The importance of renewable energies. I will not spend much of my time explaining this. I'm sure the honorable members know the importance of this. But allow me to look at the overview of the Malawi energy sector. Malawi has a population of about 18 million people with a 2.8% growth rate in 2024. 18% have electricity, 12% grid, and 6% off-grid. Around 85% of the population relies on biomass for domestic uses, thereby causing serious deforestation and environmental degradation. Malawi's electricity demand is 618 megawatts, exceeding the installed capacity of 560 megawatts, 101 megawatts being solar and the rest hydro. Liquid fuel consumption is 1.5 million liters a day. Malawi imports petroleum via Nacala, Beira, and Dar es Salaam ports. Malawi faces various issues and challenges related to energy security. Some of the key issues and challenges include limited energy access, heavy reliance on biomass, limited investment in energy infrastructure, high energy costs, limited renewable energy development, and climate change. There are some interventions that are taking place. Parliament, in exercising its functions, is seriously supporting efforts towards curbing energy challenges in Malawi and increasing electricity generation to 1,000 megawatts by 2025. Some of the initiatives are access initiatives. Here, government is making sure that by 2030, more Malawians should be connected to electricity. We also have power generation initiatives, clean cooking initiatives, transportation initiatives, just to mention a few. Now, let us look at the role of Parliament of Malawi in promoting renewable energies. Malawi's parliament shapes energy landscape by promoting renewable energy policies. Key areas for progress include addressing shortages and transitioning to sustainable energy through the following: legislative framework, budget allocation and incentives, streamlined regulatory processes, public-private partnership, community engagement and education, monitoring and oversight, integrated renewable energy into national development plans,
5 minutes, please.
International collaborations. A single regional energy market. Why Parliament of Malawi supports creation of single regional energy market? Here are the reasons. Regional energy markets are the essential tool to meet the challenges of the future as they deliver clean, reliable, and affordable electricity for various purposes. The larger geographic footprint of the regional energy market facilitates the reliable delivery of renewable energy. A regional energy market connects local power sources to homes and businesses, allowing utilities to use both local and distance renewable energy. Mr. President, allow me just to conclude by saying energy security in Malawi is a complex and multifaceted issue that requires a comprehensive and integrated approach. It involves addressing the structural barriers to energy access, promoting renewable energy development, improving energy efficiency, enhancing energy governance, and engaging stakeholders in the energy transition. Malawi's energy sector is vulnerable to external energy shocks, such as fluctuations in oil prices and climate-related disruptions to hydropower generation. Finally, addressing challenges in energy sector will continue to require multi-stakeholder collaboration and continued investment in renewable energy development, energy efficiency, and energy governance. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Malawi, for the report. I now invite Lesotho.
Honorable Mr. President, honorable speakers, and honorable members, distinguished participants, allow me to briefly highlight the position of Lesotho in relation to the renewable energy development. Lesotho's power generation is mainly renewable, with 72 megawatt of hydro and 30 megawatt of solar. The 2019 potential resource maps indicate vast potential for wind and hydro and solar energy supplies. Currently, the Lesotho electrification access stands at 54%, with 71.4% in urban areas and 11% in rural areas. Honorable President, Lesotho has developed the energy policy that envisions universally accessible and affordable energy in a sustainable manner with minimal impact on environment. Amongst others, the policy intends to achieve the following: sustainable supply of bioenergy sources, promotion of efficient practices and equipment, security of electricity supply, more connections and utilization of electricity. Lesotho has also developed a 20 years master plan that will facilitate universal access by 2030. The master plan provides for grid extension, commercial operation within a defined service territory, 2, minimum mini-grid deployment of large clusters from the grid, which are more like off-grid systems. It also entails distributed systems, for, which entails solar home systems for specifically populated areas from the grid. Honorable President, currently Lesotho has the following renewable energy and access projects: grid extension to industrial zones, construction of 10 mini-grid in 5 mountain districts with more than 7,000 households connections, enhancing Lesotho private sector readiness for a clean energy transition project, solar street lighting, and a solar plant which has a capacity of 30 megawatt. And lastly, there is a hydro plant at the Katse Dam. On top of that, Lesotho has newly proposed projects which include a 90 megawatt Oxbow hydropower generation, a 300 megawatt solar pumped storage, a 60 megawatt floating solar plant at our big dams, a 50 megawatt solar generation at Tabatseka, a 50 megawatt wind electricity generation at Mahale, and promoting efficiency in public building, commercial centers, industrial and other sectors. All these projects should yield in excess of 400 megawatt. Considering the fact that our peak demand is about 201 megawatt as a country, this means we are definitely in a position at the completion, of course, of all these projects to contribute clean energy to the region. Lastly, Mr. President, the Parliament of Lesotho, through its Portfolio Committee on Natural Resources, continues to remain committed to its oversight role in ensuring that all these national commitments regarding clean energy are successfully met. Thank you.
Thank you. I will invite Eswatini for the report.
Systems will always do that. Almost there. Almost there, Mr. President. Sorry, let me take some. Thank you, Mr. President. Apologies for the 1 minute. I come from the Kingdom of Eswatini, and I'm pleased to get this opportunity to talk about such a pertinent topic touching on renewable energy. The Kingdom of Eswatini is putting special focus on the development of renewable energy guided by our national energy policy, which advocates for attainment of 50% renewable energy in the energy mix by 2030. Eswatini currently imports 80% of its electricity demand, and the balance of 20% is generated locally using 100% renewable energy resources, being hydro, biomass, and solar. Eswatini continues to put policies in place to ensure increased generation from renewable energy. Firstly, the electricity sector was liberalized in 2007 through the Electricity Act to open up for the participation of private sector. An independent power producer policy was then developed in 2016, further enabling the environment for the involvement of independent power producers in the development of renewable energy. Eswatini developed its first national energy master plan in 2018 together with a short-term generation expansion plan, which informed the procurement of solar and biomass projects from independent power producers through a competitive bidding process. Eswatini's electricity access rate is currently at 82% and is largely through grid extension. In order to ensure universal access by 2030, the country is working on the deployment of mini-grids that will be powered largely by solar, as well as other off-grid solutions for those areas which are not accessible by the electricity grid. We are also working on small-scale embedded generation and wheeling frameworks, which will assist companies with own generation to export access to the grid and also to trade in electricity using the national grid. This will also facilitate cross-border or regional trade in electricity. Other renewable energy forecast policies are the bioenergy policy and the electricity vehicle policy, which we are developing. As we increase the deployment of renewables, it is equally important to upgrade the infrastructure to be climate resilient and also to handle the integration of renewables. Another critical aspect is that we should develop and strengthen our power pools, which should further develop and implement trading platforms. These power pools provide a market for the electricity generated from renewables and offer further benefits to member countries in terms of grid management, market coordination, and regulations, amongst others. Eswatini, through our utility, the Eswatini Electricity Company, participates in the Southern African Power Pool, SAPP, for electricity trading. The SAPP provides a platform to buy and sell electricity at competitive rates. It is a known fact that countries are at different levels of economic development and are faced with different circumstances. Hence, it is important that as we work towards increasing the deployment of renewable energy, we share experiences, form partnerships in research and innovation where possible. I thank you, Mr. President. And I kept exactly 5 minutes.
Thank you. Yes, indeed. Thank you, Eswatini, for the report. I will now invite Botswana. Botswana.
Mr. President, thank you very much. Members, to start with, as a result of approval by Parliament, Botswana now has a national energy policy taking us from 2020 to 2040. The idea, the vision, is to create an energy system that will secure reliable supply of modern energy for all the sectors of the economy until the year 2040. Currently, our generation capacity present is 892 megawatts. 732 of that is coal-fired power stations, and 160 megawatts from diesel. We have programs for the promotion of renewable energy and reducing greenhouse emissions. We do that through the Integrated Resource Plan for 2020-2040. Since August 2020, through this plan, Botswana has managed to put in place a number of projects to ensure a delivery of electricity or power, hopefully by 2020 amounting to 1,040 megawatts. Some of the projects will be a 200 megawatts concentrated solar power plant to be achieved by 2026, 200 megawatts of photovoltaic to be achieved by 2025, 100 megawatts wind by 2027, 60 megawatts coal-bed methane by 2026, and 300 megawatts photovoltaic by 2027. We hope this will lead us to where we want to go. The other project is the biogas project. We hope through that we can provide energy to small areas. Small-scale biogas digesters are already in place, and about 77 masons have been trained to do the biogas digesters. We hope this will produce more clean energy. Mr. President, apart from the biogas, we also have biofuel production project, which will enable biofuel production project on diesel production from local available feedstock. The scientists, I think, are going to have a field day on this one. We also have the rooftop solar production, where by now we have about 50 megawatts. People are encouraged to produce solar power from the top of their roofs, which will then be used by themselves. The excess will be sold to the Botswana Power Corporation for a fee for themselves. Then we deal, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker, with the legal mechanism to safeguard the correct functioning of regional electricity. As you have said, Botswana has got the Energy Regulatory Authority in place to look after that, and we are sure this will produce good results. For strategy, we are part of the SADC, which has been mentioned, the Southern African Power Pool, which will ensure that we can get power from our neighbors who have got more than us, and we have been already producing or receiving power from our neighbors from Zambia, from Zimbabwe, and Namibia, for those of our countrymen who are at the borders. That, in short, Mr. Chairman, is our position at the moment. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Botswana, for the final report. Ladies and gentlemen, I feel we will be very inconsiderate to our host if we are delayed too long for a dinner which they have prepared and for which we are invited. I will give a brief minute to Secretary of State Carlos, because there is a point that he would very much like to touch on. Secretary?
Thank you, Chair. In a sequence of where His Excellency MP of Botswana was referring to with regards to the El Nino phenomenon in the region, in the SADC region. Well, the Republic of Angola has an ongoing project of to fight the negative effect of drought in the southern region of Angola, in the provinces that borders the Republic of Namibia. And we think that this is a gesture that reaffirms the engagement of our executive to mitigate the consequences of our population on the reproductive chain in agriculture. In this region, that's not only of Angola, but that of SADC, because we think that this work will not only benefit Angola, but the region as well of SADC. So we will not lack water for our crops, nor will be thirsty, and this is to assure food security in the region. And talking about the frontier regions with Namibia, we didn't mention the binational project of Baines, so we hoped that the MP of Namibia would mention the Bain project. We had the opportunity during the month to have the opportunity to meet with the Minister of Energy and Mines of Namibia. We had a very productive meeting, and this has to do with the integration project of the region, with the technical elements development, which will take us to the implementation of the Baines project, which is a binational project, and the production capacity will be shared between Namibia and Angola. We think that other countries in the region can also make use of this action that is being driven by the executives. And when we were referring to Lauca, it is the greatest up to now in Angola, the greatest hydroelectric dam in Angola. It was indicated in the falls of Medio Kwanza, where we have a capacity of 7,000 megawatts, of which 3,500 have already been developed, with the constructions of the hydroelectric dams of Kapanda, Lauca, Kambambe, which has 2 centers. And currently, as this same fund, we are building the new dam of Kakulu, Kabasa, which in the region will have a production capacity of 2,700. And parallel to that, other 3 dams were already stocked with a base projects already existed that is being built. So thank you very much. In summary, that's what I had to say. Thank you very much.
State. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me just a few words. I think we have done a lot in this session, our symposium, on the theme. I think we have been able to assess thoroughly the situation in Angola, first of all, but also to a considerable degree in the surrounding countries. I have been impressed by the possibilities that have been outlined, and I feel that serious work has already started on the subject that is the theme of this symposium. And I feel that there is a sense of hope that the SADC region will make great progress in the production of energy, in the production of renewable energy, clean energy, but also in distribution to their own populations and in connecting to countries in the region. So there is, I believe, a sense of optimism as we look at this subject, because if I hear from all the other countries about the projects that are underway, the plans that are there, and also the actions of parliaments, their commitment to renewable energy and unifying the energy market. So I hope that we will have a lot from this session to take, and that we will have the opportunity to continue what we have been able to do here. With these words, ladies and gentlemen, I must express my sincere thanks to the presenters, to the Secretary of State Carlos, to Engineer Mateso, to Engineer Fontes, and Director Gabriel for the time they have spent with us and all they have shared, their observations and their knowledge, but also their plans for the future. Thank you very much, participants, for your contribution, and I hope that we have not too much overstretched your day. I wish you a pleasant evening for the rest, and I look forward to seeing you tomorrow for the resumption of our business. Thank you very much, and good evening. I declare this symposium ended. Thank you.
Thank you very much, honorable members. Protocol, where is protocol? Can they give us instructions?